All things come to an end, even time itself. The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
Good night, everybody. Good night, Jay. How are you? So Rose is gonna be appearing again. Yay, that's great. Hold on. How was your day today? Tell me everything. Did you have fun? How's your toe, by the way? Hold on.
All things come to an end, even time itself. Where do we come from? And where are we
Hey,
going?
Fran. Hi, Jay. Hi, 14. Hola, ¿cómo estás? People. Hi, Sakura. Hi, Obigox. Hi, 14. Hi, Zilly. People, today, I'm going to continue the Inazuma Archon. But I also want to, at the same time, I also want to... What is this?
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there.
I also
and it will
want
never
to kind of share with you stuff that I think people should know about the Genshin lore, like big highlights before before we go over to Snezhnaya or Snezhnaya, however you want to pronounce that. Hold on. Okay, so we're gonna be discussing that. We're gonna be... Hey, Moonlit, how are you? Hello again. My business and infotech teacher was so fun. He awesome. Also, my scientist teacher, she was awesome. That's great. There's nothing better than when you get amazing teachers. You know, I feel that is a plus. Okay, so I am doing, sorry about that. I am doing the Inazuma Archon quest. Hi, Becky. Becky, were you able to sleep fine? Did you nap? Did your nap go very well? So I'm gonna continue the Inazuma Archon quest. That's one thing we're gonna do together, but at the same time, I will also try to let's go. I didn't get my shiny today, so rip me. Okay, that's fine, but you got, how many shinies did you get? Okay,
All
so
things come to an end.
what do you guys,
Even time itself.
what questions? I should put that on top of the chat. Hold on. Should pin that. You see, those are like many shinies. So if you have any doubts, any lore questions, anything you want to learn before actually arriving to Snezhnaya, make sure, I'm actually pinning the questions in both Twitch and YouTube. Make sure to share those on the stream and I will do the best to answer them. So no question from me, and mostly just chilling. That's fine. Okay, so here it goes. The first thing, or the first stuff, I mean, I want to prepare you all, because Snezhnaya is coming next week, right? To arrive to Snezhnaya, but there are like a handful of lore reveals that completely change how we understand Teyvat. The biggest surprise is that many things we accepted as truth at the beginning of the game have turned out to be incomplete or outright false. And I am going to give you like some of them during this stream, right? The first one, the world of Teyvat is not normal. And you're gonna tell me, Nuna, I kinda know that. No, you don't. At the beginning of the game, Teyvat seemed like a very normal fantasy world, right? But as the story progressed over these years, we found out the sky may be literally fake, and it turned out to be literally fake. History has been rewritten multiple times. Memories can be erased. Gods aren't as all-knowing as they pretend to be. Even the stars may not represent real fate. The entire game slowly becomes a mystery about discovering what reality actually is. And this mystery is likely, for me, the foundation of the Snezhnaya chapter. If we think about it, imagine like 5 years ago, or whenever you started to play the game, for me it was 5 years ago, that you discover all of the sudden that, or somebody tells you back in the days that you were going to be traveling to the moon. What would you have said to them? It's like, are you crazy, traveling to the moon? So we went to the moon.
The third person who had their vision
Isn't
taken
that amazing? Hey, Nuna, I noticed you
famous
and I
sword
had the
master
same
around
time
this
zone. Yes. That's good. Yes. Yeah, that's my time zone over there. Hello, hello, Nuna. How does it goes? Hi, GP. I'm enjoying the new boss in Senseless Zone Zero. There's so many parries I have to do. It's fun. I never learned how to make parry. I never learned how to make parry on Senseless Zone Zero. I mean, I don't know how to make parry and I don't know how to dodge. That's the truth. Also, want to know something about Rose. She loves writing down the lyrics for her songs, and there's no lyrics. It's just one instrument she plays. Okay. Listen, by the way, what are we doing? Remember that Ayaka asked us for help? Because they want to overturn the Vision Hunt decree here on Inazuma. We said, no way, we don't want to get involved on that. But she said, then can you do me a favor? Can you go ahead and talk to the these peoples that got their vision taken away? And we have found out that when they take away your vision, your memory starts to fail. You seem confused. You become like the shade of the person that you used to be. Nosy kids in the background, Nuna. Probably mines. Or it's maybe the street. I live in a very busy street and my windows are open right now because we have a thermal sensation of 50 Celsius degrees right now.
Luckily, there's some
And
people
this
around.
is crazy. So I'm waiting for the bedroom to kind of cool down a little bit so I can turn on the air conditioner. Let me see, Jay. Hold on a minute. Yeah, we don't want to get involved in that. Gets deeply involved. Nuna, can you read my message about... Okay, the funny part, my scientist teacher was, if you want to borrow a pencil, you got to trade her something, and that is your shoe. She wanted something you wouldn't forget. Oh my gosh. That is a good technique, actually, for you guys not to forget stuff. That is so funny. Okay, so let's see. So Ayaka asked us, we say we're not getting involved, and then we say, okay, we're gonna help you out, but we're just gonna talk to these people because we don't want to get involved. And then we start talking to them and we found out what I told you. So it seems like when you have a vision, there are a bunch of other things that get linked to that vision. I mean, not only your ability to master the elements.
Sensei will be fine. Those thugs that challenged the dojo were strong, but he fought them all off in the end, didn't he?
Maybe, but I'm still worried about him. Things have gotten dangerous before in the past, but it's never shaken him. This time, though...
It's just because he's been possessed, that's all. Once the exorcism has taken place, he'll be right as rain in no time.
Hey there! Did something happen?
Who are you? I don't care whether you're trespassers or just here to harass us while Sensei is impaired. Get out of here immediately! Don't make me draw my blade, or you won't live to regret it. disciples.
Yep. We've heard all about the mighty master of Meikyo Shisui art. It's the whole reason we came all this way, to seek him out and ask him to train us. But then we got here and overheard you talking about how he got possessed or something?
From the way you're dressed, it doesn't look like you're from around here. Please, accept my apologies. We've had so many people trying to cause us trouble recently that we're on high alert. You haven't arrived at the best of times, I'm afraid. Sensei got possessed recently, and he's still recovering. He's not able to take on any new disciples for the time being. I see you are earnest in your pursuit. Okay, how about this? My fellow disciple Nanako and I will explain Sensei's situation to you in a little more detail. Then you can decide whether to stay or to leave. Sensei's name is Domon, a name I'm sure you've already heard. Though self-taught, he mastered the art of the sword to a high level. He then proceeded to defeat many other prominent sword masters, never losing a single fight. He once said that his goal was to become the best sword master in the world. And so, even while training us, he continued to hone his own art. His fervor truly inspired us, and we trained hard, determined to keep up with him. But then...
Not long ago, Sensei had his vision taken away. He hasn't been the same since. He says the strangest things over and over, and he refuses to let us train. Junya and I have discussed it, and we both think that he's been possessed by an evil spirit. So we've asked the shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine to perform an exorcism. But if I'm honest, I still have my doubts over whether he'll completely recover.
The Grand Narukami Shrine? What's that?
You haven't heard of it? It's the largest shrine on Narukami Island. The head shrine maiden is reputed to have very close ties with the almighty Shogun herself. Not that we'd have any means of involving the head shrine maiden, of course. But even one of the ordinary shrine maidens from the Grand Narukami Shrine would have clear power and authority to perform an exorcism. So don't worry, Nanako. Sensei is going to be just fine. The exorcism will take place this evening. You're both more than welcome to come and watch if you're interested.
What is this? Like the exorcism is like some sort of, I don't know, a spectacle that we can come and just watch?
See for ourselves.
Hey! Hi Roots, welcome in. I'm always so happy to see you when I'm talking. Tonight we have like open microphone night. If you have questions, I'm sharing stuff that you need to learn or I think that are important for you to remember before actually getting to Snezhnaya. That is like those are stuff that I know. Look, I'm an adventurous in Twitch 8 the moment. Be right back, okay. Miss, are you ever gonna play Wuthering Waves or have you already tried it once? I play Wuthering Waves since day one, by the way. Amazing game. I would say my second favorite story after Genshin. I just finished, I guess, a week or a week and a half ago, the main quest for the latest main quest. Now I'm just exploring, and today I did my final rank ascension quest on Buba and all my characters. I could level them up to 90 now. It took me a while though. But Buba is fantastic. Let me see, do I have Buba in my stream schedule this week? I'm not sure, let me check.
It looked like he was in great distress. He was covering his ears and looking frantically around him with bloodshot eyes. All the while he kept calling those names. Some of them we knew, others we didn't recognize. but they all seemed to be the names of sword masters he had defeated in the past.
Okay, tomorrow, Wednesday, August 5th, is my Wuthering Waves stream. Tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Time, more or less. Between 7:30 and 8. But I'm trying to make it at 7:30. So there's your answer. Yes, I'm playing Bua tomorrow. All the way he kept calling those names. Some of them we knew, others we didn't recognize, but they all seemed to be the names of sword masters he had defeated in the past.
One of them was Anzai. He used to be a fellow disciple of Sensei's. His senior, in fact. But Sensei defeated him in a duel many years ago, and he has been a wanderer ever since. Sensei wouldn't stop calling his name. Thankfully, the shrine maiden has managed to subdue him, so the exorcism can finally continue. The ritual has now begun. All we can do is patiently await the result. Here's hoping Sensei will be back to his normal self very soon. Please, excuse me for a moment while I fetch some water. If he wakes up, he is sure to be thirsty.
I mean, isn't that the guy?
Uh-oh. Could they be here to mess up the exorcism? We won't let them get away with it. Come on, let's go after them. Seems they aren't here. Should we keep going further up? Is this definitely the right place? Let's look a little further up. Aha! Suspicious person!
How did you catch up with me so quickly? Are you sure you're Domon's disciples? You move even quicker than he does. Unless... I guess it's been a few years. Maybe his skills have improved again.
Excuse me? We're the ones asking the questions here. First off, who are you? And what are you doing sneaking around these parts? You seem like bad news,
I like Paimon
mister.
attitude.
Bad news? I'll have you know I trained side by side with Domon back in the day, long before you ever showed up. I don't care to talk about that time anymore. But if you must know, I am Domon's senior.
His senior? Wait, that means you must be...
Anzai? Yes, that's me. Because I don't wish to see Domon or anyone else associated with him ever again. When we were young, we trained under the same sword master, studying Meikyo Shisui art together. I had begun training 5 years before him, and everyone looked up to me as a steady and dependable older disciple. Practitioners of Meikyo Shisui art seek to achieve stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. So the majority of disciples are indifferent to rank and reward. I was no exception. But Domon was different. The first thing he did when he joined was go straight to our sensei and ask him, with a beaming smile on his face, how to become the best in the world. Sensei scolded him and told him that the art of the sword should not be used for such vain ends. Sensei said that coveting the title of the best sword master barely days into his training, showed that he had a fickle mind, and that this would impede him from ever mastering the blade. I thought so too at the time, But Domon began making swift progress in his training and even started catching up with me. Only then did I realize that it was Domon who had long since freed his mind from all agitation. He was consumed by his singular desire to become the best in the world. He sought nothing less than perfection in the art of the sword, and nothing could deter him from this goal, no matter what stood in his way.
Sure sounds like he meant business. So how come you don't want to ever see him again?
Because until he arrived, I was convinced that I would succeed our sensei as the master of Meikyo Shisui art. Of all the disciples, I was the most gifted. I had trained the longest. Everyone had high expectations for me. Domon's arrival changed everything. When we sparred, I lost not just the match, but my pride and my status too. I fled the dojo that day and never looked back. Later, I heard that he sparred with Sensei too. Sensei was advanced in years by then, and unfortunately that match used up every last ounce of energy in his body. After that, I wanted nothing further to do with him. Deep down, though, I still respected his mastery of the blade and his commitment to the art of the sword.
Okay, I'm gonna be pausing because we are right now in an ad break and I don't want anybody missing anything. Okay, the ad break it's over, so now we can all continue the story.
So, when I heard rumors that he had lost his mind, my first reaction was to dismiss them as false. How could he, of all people, have lost his mind? His mind was the sharpest of them all. He had practiced Meikyo Shisui art to perfection. I decided to quietly come and see if it were true. Then, to my complete astonishment, I heard him call my name. I thought mine was a name he had long since forgotten. So you see, I came here not to cause him any harm. I just wanted to see for myself. Okay, you've heard my story. You should get back now. The exorcism is probably finishing.
Seems like we got it wrong this time. He wasn't here to mess up the exorcism at all. Still, Paimon's not sure we should bring him back with us. Let's go see how the exorcism's coming along.
How we are randomly talking about exorcism anyways.
You're saying he isn't possessed? Does that mean that he's just lost his mind? But how is that possible? No, I refuse to believe it. Something's clearly wrong.
Nanako, please, try not to get agitated.
I am sorry. With what powers I have, I can find no sign of any malignant spirit having possessed Domon. But spirits may take a myriad of forms in this world, many of which I cannot claim to have witnessed myself. Thus, I dare not rule out possession with complete certainty. And all is certainly not lost, for I received word not long ago that Lady Yai has taken an interest in your sensei's case.
Lady Yai? Is that the same Lady Yai that I think you mean?
The head shrine maiden of the Grand Narukami Shrine? That's wonderful news! Then Sensei will be sure to recover.
Correct. Lady Yai is most knowledgeable indeed, and has abundant experience in the exorcism of evil spirits and aversion of great calamities. I am unable to say for certain whether an evil spirit has possessed your sensei, but Lady Yai can give a conclusive verdict.
Excuse me, Miss Inagi, but I must ask, should we prepare a greeting gift for Lady Yai?
That won't be necessary. All that is required of you is your timely arrival at the Grand Narukami Shrine. Lady Yai does not like to be kept waiting. I must leave now, but we will meet soon at the shrine. I wish Domon a full and speedy recovery.
Who'd have thought Lady Yai herself would have taken notice of our sensei's case?
Do you mean to say that Sensei isn't renowned enough to deserve Lady Yai's attention?
No. That's not what I mean at all.
Nanako is trying to fight someone.
Just mean this is Lady Yai, the
Oh my
head shrine
gosh.
maiden. She has direct and close contact with the almighty Shogun herself.
Hey, Woozy, ambition,
anyway,
impact.
you should join us too, tomorrow.
Sort of.
Given that we've traveled all this way
Sort
just to meet our
of.
sensei, we, the
So you
disciples
know
of
how in the
Meikyo
live
Shisui
stream
Art,
Hojo
will do
drop a
our
lore
best to
bomb?
help you.
Yes. Well, I've seen dumb Twitter people say if all Kenrians are descendant of Saritsa means your chiefs are ancestors, and I was like, what the fuck are you on about? I don't think they understand what a descendant is, right? I have several theories on that, which I'm gonna share. Well, the first one is, although a lot of people are talking about that particular lore bomb drop, which was of course the biggest, there are other things that were said during the live stream that we should take into consideration. The first one is regarding the third descender. I think people kind of forget. Hi, Bootops. Welcome back, Jay, to YouTube. I guess a lot of people forget that the Tsaritsa, well, it was not the Tsaritsa, but whoever the Cryo Archon was before the Tsaritsa, right? Was one of the Archons that actually showed up physically present to Canria for the Canria disaster. And they have very big ties with the third descender. So what do we know? Let me get my descender file, because I have a file for the third descender. Okay, so the third descender, although it's like one of the biggest mysteries in Genshin, because we know very little of whoever they are, but there are a few facts that we have that are very important. First is to understand what is a descender, and to talk about the Canria people being descendant of the Tsaritsa, we need to talk about the third descender, and I'm gonna tell you why. But a descender is someone who does not originate from Teyvat and is not bound by Teyvat laws. And one of the biggest consequences is that descenders are largely unaffected by Irminsul. Or by the Irminsul rewriting of history. The traveler, for example, remembers things that the rest of Teyvat does not remember. So far the story says or talks about 4 descenders. The first one, which was Fanes, the second descender that is supposed to be the second who came, and there was this catastrophic war between him and the primordial one, or the first descender, and the outcome of that and the identity of the victor of that war actually remains uncertain, and many details come from incomplete or biased historical sources. And then we have the third descender, and the third descender is very important, because this is where things get fascinating, right? The only confirmed information comes from Fontaine, actually. The third descender is dead. That alone was shocking. Until Fontaine, many players assume all descenders were still alive. Instead, we learn one died long ago. And the remains of that third descender became the Gnosis. Right? The Gnosis that the Archons have. This perhaps is the single biggest revelation we have about the third descender. Like, think about what that means. Even every Archon has been carrying around a piece of a dead ancient being from another world. So either what power this descender had, or what was it that they did was so bad that he was the remains were divided and used to create the Gnosis. Why would someone do that? We don't know. There are like several possibilities. However, now we know that Canria has important ties. Snezhnaya has important ties with the third descender. And because of the way they responded when the Canria cataclysm happened, I tend to believe that maybe Canria was a creation of the third descender. Canria as a region, you know, the people over there. So why is this important to know for the Tsaritsa? Hi, Chris. Oh my gosh, it's been a while. Welcome in. Why is this important for the Tsaritsa? The Tsaritsa has spent her entire life collecting every gnosis, and each gnosis is a fragment of the third descender. Then once all 7 are gathered, she may effectively possess either all of that being's remains, and we don't know what her goal is with that. Yes, you have been missed. How are you doing? How are you feeling? So we already know that the purpose of the Tsaritsa is actually defeating, confronting, and actually overturning the heavenly principles, Celestia, the primordial one, all of the people back incorporate, right? So we don't know for sure if this third descender is related to the traveler. We don't know for sure what is the relationship that the third descender had with Snezhnaya and with Canria. There are many theories out there, but now, because they said in the live stream that all Canria people are descendants of the Tsaritsa, what I am guessing, okay, is that it was a creation that Canria, and maybe that's why Canria suffered such a tragedy, was maybe the creation of the third descender. And if you see the story they told us in the live stream, there are a lot of things like Snezhnaya used to be a nice place to live until what? It became an unlivable place. Why did that happen? We don't know. Maybe it was a punishment from Celestia to make the place uninhabitable. We also learned in the live stream that the Tsaritsa and is not like fighting Celestia like from a hidden perspective. I mean, she's open about it. And I believe she knows something that we don't know. Of course, I bet. Almost sure. But whatever she knows is related to the third descender and the people of Canria. I'm doing well, been moving house, so had that going on. Oh my gosh, that is very tough. Took a break from Twitch a while back, paused my gacha gaming roughly around when the Animal Extension area came in. Okay, so that was not long ago. Were you able to move successfully? Descenders can alter fate, so maybe the remains can do the same, but why give that power to the Archons? That is a very good question. One that we have no answer to right now. I also feel that there are other things that have happened in the game that people are overlooking. I'm gonna give you an example. If you heard what I told you, is the descenders are immune to the rewriting of history that Irminsul does, but now we have no Irminsul now, people. And Nahida has right now the power of Irminsul was transferred from Irminsul to this ancient system that was available in Sumeru. So there is no Irminsul, and by not having an Irminsul, I feel that maybe, just maybe, it would be easier to fool Celestia as a whole. Because right now, Nahida is more powerful than Celestia when it comes to the wisdom stored in Irminsul. And why is that? Because she has access to the system. She understands the system. She has the blessing of King Desret and the other kings of the Sumeru Desert. And I don't think Celestia has that. And if she does, if Celestia as a whole has some sort of access to it, we're talking about not having the same level of understanding necessarily. Something that also people overlook is the fact that when we talk about we have to understand Celestia. I always like saying that. Remember that Celestia is the place. It's like the capital. It's like Washington, D.C. That's Celestia, right? If you're American, in my country, it will be like, I don't know, the National District. And then the Heavenly Principles is your Supreme Court. Okay, Heavenly Principles are the laws that have been established by who? By Phanes, the primordial one. And who are the enforcers of those laws, of the Heavenly Principles? The four Shades. So we have Phanes, or the primordial one of the first descender. He's like the president. And then we have that is sitting down in Celestia and created a bunch of laws that are called the Heavenly Principles, and those laws are being enforced by the four Shades. That's the political organization that we know so far. Nahida maybe gave Teyvat radical freedom. We don't know. The little lechuguita, our little broccoli or our little lettuce or our little leaf, we don't know. That little sapling, Nahida, you know, the focus of that main story of that Archon quest was on Dottore at the time, because you know he was like the main antagonist up to one point in the game, and everyone was concentrating on that and what was going on and the introduction of Pantalone. But let me tell you, for me, the big So, sorry about that. So one of my theories, right? One of the biggest things that happened in that Archon was that Nahida went to Mabuika and told Mabuika, hey, give me your noses because I don't have mine. And I need to call the Heavenly Principles. And I cannot invoke the Heavenly Principles without using a noses. So that raised a couple of questions to me. The first one, the Heavenly Principles didn't know that there was no noses. Second, Nahida needed the noses because if we look at the elements, she needed to burn Irminsul. And she couldn't do that without the power of Pyro. Something else that was important that happened is that she used the Traveler to get that noses. And I'm wondering, didn't the Shades saw that? I mean, it was like the Traveler was like a virus. The Traveler could not be contained. She could, like, I'm sorry about that. She could transgress that barrier, get the noses. And just because the Traveler was holding the noses, and because the noses is from a descender, she was able to get the noses in Natlan and bring it to Nahida on Sumeru. That was like crazy. And then the third thing, is that everything that happened when Nahida contacted the heavenly principles, she made sure that everything was set up in a way that the Shades couldn't tell Nahida, you cannot do that. They just had to agree, and they tried to tell Nahida, like, but you know, this is a gift from the heaven. And she said, well, it's corrupted, you know. And everything lay in the back of Dottore, because at the end, and this is this is a very personal analysis. Listen, what is my belief, okay? The doctor died. I feel that I have said this like 1,000 times lately, but the copies dissect Dottore, the doctor, right? And the oldest copy of him takes over. In Snezhnaya, that doesn't happen without the approval of La Tsaritsa. What do I mean? The fact that they were copies of Dottore, and the fact that you are, I don't know, descender of whatever, automatically that doesn't give you a seat on the table of the Fatui Harabingers. But everybody seemed to know that this copy of Dottore was the Lulu, because in the Archon Quest, when we tell Sandroni what are the plans of Dottore, she goes, oh, the crazy Dottore decided to do that finally? He's really gonna go through with it? Why? Because I believe that the Tsaritsa said, you know, this guy is gonna screw up, so I'm gonna use him as a scapegoat. And nobody's gonna convince me. It's gonna convince me of the contrary. I believe all the Archons are in cahoots. All of them. Venti, Shongli, all of them know. What's gonna happen. And they are helping the Tsaritsa. So she said, you know, this is the best opportunity for us to execute our plan. Let us allow Dottore to do this. Because are you gonna tell me that Dottore being in Teyvat, right? Being bound by the laws of Teyvat, Nahida knew what was going on. People, Irminsul is like a huge computer. And you can see what happened in the past, what's going on in the present. So she knew the moves of Dottore. So she knew that was going to happen. So I believe they used Dottore at the end. You know, at the end, Dottore said, I want to become a god. And that was a discussion I was having on Instagram. It's like, in Snezhnaya, everyone bows to the Tsaritsa. You are either on the side of the Tsaritsa or you are not on the side of the Tsaritsa. There is not a middle point. Dottore decided he was not going to be on the side of the Tsaritsa, because if the Tsaritsa is fighting the heavenly principles, if the Tsaritsa is fighting Fanes, if she doesn't want God's rule, and if she wants freedom, what the heck are you telling me, God, that you're going to become a god? I mean, you're going to become the mere thing this woman, this cryo Archon is fighting against. The minute they knew what were the intentions of Dottore, the Tsaritsa allowed Dottore to act because she used him as a scapegoat. And you can see it in how Nahida reacted. But again, everything is an act. That's my belief. And they are allowing the traveler to go through all the regions because they needed time to prepare the plan and understand how they are going to use the traveler. Because what these guys, they want nothing to do with Celestia. Genshin is doing great. So that is something we need to take into consideration. So what happens? Yes, that was a lore bomb. I believe when they said all are descendants of the Tsaritsa, what they meant is the lineage. It's like the people in Canria were either created or their lineage belonged to the same lineage of the Tsaritsa. And I believe that at some point we will learn. I mean, let's think about it. How many people from Canria were sitting as Fatui Harabingers? Like we have Piero, or Piero, however you want to call it, is a confirmed Canria, the strongest confirmed connection. He was a royal mage of Canria, served during the reign of the Eclipse dynasty, tried to warn the king and sage that their actions would lead to disaster. His warnings were ignored, and he survived the cataclysm. After Canria failed, he lost faith in the gods, found the Tsaritsa, founded the Fatui with her, and personally recruited several Harabingers, including the original Dottore, Scaramouche, and Signora. Then we have Il Capitano, confirmed Canrian, one of the biggest reveals in the recent lore. Before joining the Fatui, he was a sentinel knight of Canria, one of its greatest warriors, and he was present during the cataclysm. Remembered for his honor and sense of justice. And unlike many Canrians, Capitano was the only one that did not become consumed by hatred. Even other Harabingers respect him for that. We have Arlecchino, descendant of Canria. Arlecchino was not born in Canria, by the way. She descends from the Crimson Moon dynasty, one of Canria's ancient royal bloodlines. Piero eventually revealed her heritage to her. Her strange powers and unusual appearance are tied to this bloodline. So she's Canrians by ancestry, not by birthplace. La Signora, by the way, was actually from Mondstadt, believe it or not. We don't know from where Pantalona is, and we don't have confirmation on Pulcinella. Columbina, we already know is not from there, and Sandroni, that we already know is Fontanian. So the three highest ranking figures confirmed Canrian ties are Piero, Capitano, and Arlecchino. So my belief, honestly, is that we are heading to Snezhnaya to learn the story of Canria. That at some point, what's coming after Snezhnaya has to be Canria. But maybe our dear Lechuguita or Nahira is going to be a big part of whatever is going to happen. Yes, I believe so. Another thing that we must remember, and I guess I have talked about this a while ago, is the people, Jaimico, no, por favor. We're gonna have to go to the shrine. Oh my gosh. Well, let's go, people. I will follow him. I guess it's this way. Follow him wherever he may go. You had to be in shape to go to Mount whatever. Oh my gosh, I can't remember. Oh my gosh, I'm so dead. I don't know where I'm going. Ah. Oh shoot. I don't want to do this the hard way, but I guess it is what it is. Here we go. I don't think I'm in the right way, okay? I know the shrine is on the other mountain. What I'm trying to do is get as high as I can in this one. So I can jump to the other one. I don't think I'm gonna make it all the way up. Okay, so my idea was to come all the way here Well, at the same time, I can take that whatever Oculus. See if there are possibilities. Well, there are no possibilities, but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna make it walking, even if I have to go 1,000 floors up. There's nothing a Genshin Impact player cannot climb. See, I was supposed to come all the way here, but that's fine. Listen, Inaji, you don't know what I had to do to come over here. Okay, so we gotta finish this
Yes,
small
that'll do.
quest,
Just a quick and simple cleanup job.
and then we got to continue the Archon.
Little one, you're just in time. Oh, look at you. I can tell you're thinking. Oh no, she's going to send me off on some pain-in-the-neck errand again, isn't she? Don't worry. I was just going to say that we finished renovating the shrine and are preparing to roll out a brand new service. Now, I haven't had the chance to announce it yet, but here you are already. Wouldn't you agree that's good timing? See this offering box beside me? There's going to be another place to make wishes here soon. That's different. Fortune slips are about telling fortunes, whereas this is about making wishes. Now then, close your eyes, make a wish, write it down on a prayer plaque, then hang it up on this rack here, and maybe your wish will come true. Of course, but as for which wishes come true, that is up to the gods who watch over us all. Powerless Guji that I am, I can only help you in mortal matters. If that's what you wish for, then why not try it out? Here, take this fortune paper. It's left over from writing fortune slips. You can have it. Try writing your wish there. That might make it more likely to come true. When have I ever lied to you? Hurry up now, little one. It's time to make your wish. Remember to write your wish on the fortune paper, then stick it to the prayer plaque and hang it on the rack. After that, your wish will be made. Yes, nice and solemn. Very good. All right, little one, back to business with you. Remember to keep your ears pricked and your eyes open. After all, the person you wish to meet might just be sitting at some noodle stand, having themselves a lovely bowl.
Just out of curiosity, I want to know if there's somebody sitting. Okay. That would have been nice. Anyways. Let's continue. Okay. Kantutan, Tayo, hello, your model is so cute, thank you so much. Hi, Solar Insanity Seed, I'm missing 400 years of Lord Hoyo. Okay, let me catch up with everything, because I was invested in climbing that mountain. I'm gonna go through all the... Okay. I want to know why the different species isn't addressed. How come we have all these different species of humanoids but no idea where and how they started? That is a very good question.
All things
you
come
know,
to an end, even time itself.
we are still learning about the several races that that are part of Teyvat, right? Yeah, they shouldn't have given me that, but anyways, we have the humans. They are everywhere, like Jean, Diluc, right? We have descenders. They come from outside Teyvat. They
The
can be
abyss is like the
humans,
world's
but they
shadow.
are not necessarily
It's always
humans.
there.
All of
It will
them. They
never
don't have
perish.
to be. We have the gods or the archons that they are not humans, like Chongli, Venti. We have the dragons and dragon sovereigns like Nubilep, Apep. We have the bishops, which habitat like in Enkanomiya, Natlan, baptismal bishops, etc. We have the Sealies. They were an ancient civilization of angels, and they became that. I think it was a curse, if I'm not mistaken. Then we have the elves, like Alice. I mean, no, Alice like a witch, but we have Klee. I think Klee is not human, and Alice is not human either. We have the yokais, the onis like Arataki, the kitsunes like Yaemiko, the tengu like Karu Kuhusara, the adeptite. There are like all of these races. We have the Saurians in Natlan. We have Hilichurs that we already know they were Canria people. That became that after the cataclysm. And we have then synthetic humans like Albedo, like Durin, etc., etc., etc. We have many characters that are also hybrids, like Ganyu, which is the combination of a human and a killing, like Janfei, which is the combination of a human and an illuminated beast that is called Shiechi in Genshin. We have Diona, which is a combination of human and Catsalane. We have Lynette, which is human with Felin ancestry. I'm not sure if she's also a Catsalane. We have Kirara, which is an Ekomata, actually like a Yukai. And we have Sucrose, for example, that is an animal ear race that I don't think I have the identification for that. So one of the recurrent themes in Genshin is that humans are actually the minority among the major characters driving the story here on the game. Many of the most influential figures are either dragons, archons, adepti, yokai, descenders, synthetic beings. And as the story approaches its climax, I think the conflict is increasingly shaped by these ancient races and powers rather than ordinary humans. So, the question still remains, how did these other races came to be? Were they part of Teyvat before Fanes came and Fanes created the humans, or humans like? We don't know that. Yet. Because we're heading now to Snezhnaya, and I'm quite sure we may find a bunch of other things. So, they made me do that quest before doing the Archon, but... Okay. We continue the Archon now.
Do you think that's Lady Yai? Oh, no wonder Junya is so excited. She has a really striking presence. Also, is it just Paimon? Or did she look right at us just now? It was probably nothing. It's not like she's ever seen us before.
Keep away. Keep away from me. I gave up the art of the sword. Please, let me go, I beg you.
As you can see, Lady Yai, Domon has persisted in this state for some time now. He appears to see those who have lost to him in duels past, gathered all around him to persecute him.
Lady Yai, it must be a possession, right? This is nothing like him at all. In the past, no matter what came his way, he would always face it with a confident smile.
I'm sorry. It is clear to me that your sensei is not possessed by any evil spirit.
But then does that mean he...
Yes. This is a change in the person himself. Unable to cope with the tremendous pressure he was under, he suffered a spiritual collapse. With his wits impaired, he finally descended into madness. As one who is thrown into the sea, though he fights back desperately against his predicament, it does nothing to prevent his descent into the depths. As for what has triggered this change, I believe it must be the loss of his vision. For to be stripped of one's vision is to be stripped of one's ambition.
So as you can see, being stripped from your vision is also being stripped of one's ambition. Ambition impact! I know! This is so crazy.
Stripped of his ambition? But Lady Yai, even without his ambition, why should he suffer such a dramatic change? How does that explain his descent into madness?
Your school practices Meikyo Shisui art, does it not? Stillness of mind, freedom from all agitation. What a fine notion that would be if any in this world could ever hope to achieve it. There was once one who claimed to be indifferent to rank and reward, and who fled enraged when defeated by his junior. And then there was an aged swordmaster who was aggrieved enough that he crossed blades with a disciple he himself had taught. Then, what of the one who crossed blades with his own sensei and beloved fellow disciple, and defeated them both? Can one truly remain unagitated, of still mind in moments such as these?
Lady Yai, I'm not sure I understand.
The path of the swordmaster is filled with twists and turns. It is no small undertaking to pursue the position of greatest swordmaster in the world. It requires one to take their sword firmly in both hands and cut down the hopes and dreams of others, even those of one's closest companions. Only a deep commitment to his ambition to become the best made it possible for him to rise above the pain of these encounters, to focus on the way ahead. When that ambition disappeared, he began to doubt himself. As he battled his growing anxiety, he slowly descended into the state you see him in now. Much like a certain fatally flawed friend of mine.
Poor Sensei. To think he's been suffering so greatly.
I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Father, Sensei, Anzai.
That's enough.
Huh? Isn't that Anzai? Where did he come from? Did he follow us the whole way here?
Anzai, why are there two of you? Is that you or a ghost? You're here for revenge, aren't you? I knew it would come. I never should have.
You're right to assume that my feelings towards you are far from kindly. But I didn't come here to settle a score. It's been so long now that I made peace with it years ago. You did nothing wrong that day. I couldn't face the humiliation. That's why I ran. I don't think most of the people you beat along the way would hold it against you. On the contrary, when you cut our ambitions short, we entrusted them to you, in the hopes that they might carry you further. Now I know that we can't place our hopes in you any longer, since you've been stripped of your ambitions too. But that is no reason to strip them of theirs. Follow the way of the sword all the way to the highest peak. You taught them that, didn't you?
But what if one day, the same thing happens to them? I put everything I had into trying to become the best. But what if it was all a huge mistake right from the start? If there's a chance they'll end up like me one day, I'd rather they stay where they are now than go any further down this path.
Have you asked them what they think?
Sensei, after you rescued me from the hands of the pirates, I told myself I would follow in your footsteps for the rest of my days. I can't know whether I will suffer in my future as you do now. All I know is that here and now, in the present, I wish to continue. I want to keep going until the day that I can stand before everyone with my head held high and announce that I, like my sensei Domon before me...
I mean, Nanako is
am a
loyal.
master of
We got to
Meikyo
give her
Shisui
that.
art.
Nanako's far from the only one. Actually,
And Hunya
all of
as
us
well.
think that way.
Goodness. Well,
You see? You can place the ambition you once had in their hands. Being stripped of your ambition is something that's never happened to me, so I can't claim to understand it. But I do know what it feels like to have your ambitions crushed. That's what happened on the day that you so effortlessly defeated me. So, just as I once placed my ambitions onto you, it is time for you to release yours into their custody. You are not in the same position that I was. When I left, I had nothing to my name. But you have a great number of worthy disciples.
I understand. I'm sorry to have made you worry for me, and for the state of Meikyo Shisui art. I no longer have the resolve to become the best in the world. The emptiness and suffering inside of me will not abate, so I cannot hope to still my mind and be free of agitation. But as your sensei, I shall commit to imparting unto you everything I have learned in my life so far. This is my promise. And I humbly ask Anzai, my senior, to hold me to my word.
You can count on that. I'd be checking in on you occasionally anyway, just to make sure you hadn't lost your mind again. But I am now used to the life of a wanderer. I do not belong in the dojo anymore, so I will simply stop by once in a while to make sure you aren't cutting any corners with them. Well, don't just stand there staring at me. Say thank you to Lady Yai and then get yourself back home.
So even though his ambition was taken away, his disciples can take it over on his behalf. Guess that sort of solves this one, huh?
Traveler, a moment, please. Lady Yai has some words for you.
So, my intuition was correct. The wind that blows from afar carries fresh life to these shores. For us to meet now is premature. Nevertheless, you set foot on these islands at precisely the right moment. I have high hopes for you, child. Don't disappoint me.
Ooh, Lady Yae seems to have taken a real interest in you. She seems super mysterious. Paimon's so curious what she really meant by all that. We can come back to it another time. For now, we should go report back to Miss Kamisato.
Basically, I think the purpose of Ayaka was not only for us, the traveler, to understand what was going on Inazuma and how bad it was, right? But also for, in a way, to see if the information got all the way to Yaemiko. Yeah, kind of a beautiful short story in this Archon quest, and so relevant to E's current motivation. Yes.
And where are we going?
E should have gone to... I don't think I can... I guess you need to finish the Archon. I had totally forgotten about that cutscene. Well, it's not that I've done much here. In the hopes that one day... Gendo Ringo, I know your story. And
No, let me try again.
let me see if I can get that Electroculus. These were the hard days in Genshin. Now they kinda give you a path to get the stuff. But back in the days, there is another one that shows up here, by the way, in case you're playing Genshin, but it's not actually here, it's underground. At the bottom of this mountain, like in the middle, there is a cave. Okay, so let's go over to Ayaka. At least we unlock the shrine, and let's hear the conversation. Okay, so what other lore questions, what other things? You guys are gonna give me a second. I mean, the room is already like kind of cool enough for me to close it and turn on the air conditioner. So give me just a second.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, and the Prinzessin der Ver... about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
I'm sure the good people of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
I shall protect the lady of the clan.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Ver... I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Ver...
I shall protect the lady of the clan.
May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world.
I shall protect the lady of the clan.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Ver...
Okay, Nuna is back. I grab my water. I grab some snacks. Because I want snacks, right? I don't know, did you guys get to see it? Got like these snacks. They are, I don't know, it has like crackers and cheese and...
I do worry about the
Stuff like
well-being
that.
of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sure the good people of
I'm
the
gonna
Adventurers
die
Guild
here.
are absolutely fine, mein Fräulein.
If you're on the roof, you don't get lightning. Ayaka got her vision because she wanted to help her brother and cannot preserve the memory of her family. Is that considered ambition? Well, visions are not only given for ambition.
I shall protect the lady of the clan.
I'm sure the Kamisato clan will be fine.
I created another universe and founded paradise. For I, Fischl, am the Prinzessin der Ver...
And visions are not only granted for ambition. Visions are granted for unwavering determination as well. Self-sacrifice.
May the glory of the
Sandroni
Prinzessin
got
bring
her
light to
Lich
this
Pin,
world.
although it's not a vision, it is some sort of vision, right? and she got it for self-sacrifice. So you get it for self-sacrifice, for finding your life purpose, for ambition, making an impossible choice, refusing to give up. For example, Kazuha received his vision after resolving to keep moving forward despite tragedy.
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
Noelle got hers because of her like unwavering desire to protect others. And then we got Kachin, which is for me one of the visions whose backstory is very weird. If you don't know it, you can like search for it, but basically she got her vision because she was questioning the gods. Let me see if I can find the document with Kashin's story. But some people call the visions the eyes of the gods. And that worries me.
I'm sure the good people
because,
of the Adventurers Guild are absolutely
and when I say some people,
fine
it's some people
for it.
in the game. Because that's why I think that visions are more like monitoring devices or something. But I have here
I'm sure the Kamisato clan will be fine.
Kachin's story. Kachin's story is very good. It's not a character that I play, but like reading the lore, I got interested in her. The story of her vision is one of the best examples, I think. That vision is not a reward for worshipping the gods. In fact, Kachin received her vision while actively rejecting the idea that the gods should determine humans' fate or humans' future.
I hear the voice of fate, speaking my name in humble supplication.
Kachin believed at the time that humanity should shape its own destiny, that people rely too much on Rex Lapis or Changli, and that Liyue should progress through human effort and not divine intervention. And that made her like an unusual person in Liyue, because in Liyue most people deeply revere the Geo Archon. And she famously questions why humans continue to depend on the gods instead of standing on their own. And actually, when Kachin's Electrovision appeared, she wasn't grateful nor happy. She was annoyed. Her first reaction, it is says, was essentially like, I don't need this. Because to her, receiving a vision felt like the gods were taking credit for achievements that she believed should come from her own hard work. And she didn't want people saying Kachin only succeeded because the gods blessed her. It is said that she even tried to destroy it. She threw it away, she tried to break it, she tried to melt it, and none of it worked.
I'm sure the Kamisato clan will be fine.
I do worry about the well-being of my retinue during my impromptu absence.
So,
I'm sure the
Kachin
good
kind of
people of
spent
the
her
Adventurers
life
Guild are absolutely fine
saying that
for it.
humans shouldn't depend on the gods. And when the gods gave her a vision, she tried to destroy it because she refused to let anyone think her success came from divine favor instead of her hard work. And that is kind of crazy. I really like the story of her vision, how she got it.
I shall protect the lady of the clan.
May the glory of the Prinzessin bring light to this world.
Kamisato clan will be fine.
Oh, Ayaka! Guess who fulfilled all your wishes? Huh? Ayaka! Huh?
Aren't you so cute?
Traveler, Paimon, it is a pleasure to finally meet you both face to face. I have heard all about how you helped our three friends. My sincerest thanks to you.
Yeah. Short of getting them their visions back, it seems like there's no way to really help them. Ayaka, how come this time you get to come out and meet us in person?
Because now that you have done the three things I asked of you, I consider you to be my friends. As you will observe, I dispense with the screen for Toma also.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a second. But isn't Toma your, servant? Paimon's happy to help and all, but Paimon sure as heck did not sign up to be a servant.
Oh.
Paimon has amigo.
Paimon, you are most entertaining. Toma is first and foremost my friend, and was so before he ever became my attendant.
Oh, okay then. Ayaka, you seem pretty different out in the open compared to how you are behind the screen.
Thank you both kindly. Back to the matter at hand. You have now witnessed the pain of those deprived of their visions. What are your feelings on what you have seen? Perhaps in the eyes of a deity such as the almighty Shogun, the lives of those who inhabit the world are inconsequential. Thunders roar, lightnings flash, the winds assault, and the rains descent. All these things take place with no regard for the feelings of the common people. But I believe that surely you understand what they must endure. It seems that perhaps now you can appreciate my feelings on all of this. In which case, perhaps you would be willing to reconsider your stance?
I mean, they convinced us so easily.
Really? Naturally.
All right, bravo, my lady. You were right all along.
See? I told you she wouldn't reject them. I placed my trust in the right person after all. Now then, given that the remainder of our discussion pertains to matters of a more confidential nature, perhaps we can move to the Komori Tea House? We ought not to involve other members of the Yashiro Commission.
Well, here we are again.
Yeah, Ayaya is
Please
the goat.
continue
That's
without me.
true.
I'll keep watch.
She was my first 5-star cryo character.
So, what's the deal with this place anyway? What makes it your favorite meeting spot?
This is land that was gifted to the Yashiro Commission by the Shogun. The Kamisato clan has the exclusive right to plan, build, and repair any property on this land, and even to allow or deny access. Such privileges exist due to the Yashiro Commission's role in managing ceremonial affairs. Oftentimes, it is not appropriate to discuss details in front of bystanders.
Oh, Paimon gets it. Gotta keep a bit of mystery, right?
Once the number of ceremonial affairs conducted in the city began to decline, our forebears built a tea house here. Only members of the Yashiro Commission are permitted to come and go as they please.
Makes sense. Perfect place for a secret base.
And
In any case,
Paimon, you
we
shouldn't
can
say
talk
that
freely
out
here.
loud.
I presume you have a few questions that you wish to ask me?
Okay, so before we ask these questions, let's talk about other things you need to have in mind before arriving to Snezhnaya, right? Canria was a nation without gods. And I need you to think about that, because one of the things that a lot of people missed in this game is who the real antagonist is. There. Like who the real antagonist is. The real antagonist is not Dottore. The real antagonists are not the Haravingers. It's not the Saritsa. Okay? The real antagonists are or is Celestia as a whole. Those are the guys we're fighting. People tend to forget that when we arrived to, when we were captured at the beginning of the game and separated from our sibling by this god, it was not Dottore who did it. A lot of people forget that. And why do we need to remember who the real antagonists are? Because I don't want any of you crying when we get to Snezhnaya and we become friends with the Haravingers, and then we're having like tea parties and everything. You don't start saying, no, Genji ruined the game. No, if you say that, it means you don't know the lore. And if you're in this stream, you gotta know the lore. I'll tell it to you. You don't have to read it if you don't want to. But the real antagonist is Celestia. That's who we are. Celestia as a government institution. Remember, we're revolting against the president. That's what this game is all about. So Canria had no god, no archons. What does that tell us? 500 years ago existed one civilization unlike any other in Teyvat. Canria rejected the rule of gods. Instead, it relied on alchemy, machinery, human ingenuity like smartness, and advanced technology. And let me tell you something. There's something going on with the alchemy, because remember that in Snezhnaya, there is not crafting table because alchemy is prohibited. I hope that you guys remember that. That was said in the live stream. So these people from Canria created the Ruin Guards, the Ruin Hunters, the Ruin Graders, the Field Tillers, and the Autonomous War Machines. And who was its greatest alchemist of all was Snezhnaya, or Gold, which is right now merged with one of the shades, the Shades of Life. So, some of the creations of Snezhnaya actually escape and cause disasters across Teyvat. The cataclysm changed everything. So 500 years ago, something happened inside Canria. We still don't know exactly what. But what happened triggered the wrath of the god and the wrath of Celestia, and monsters started appearing everywhere. Abyss corruption, Celestia attacking, several archons dying, nations collapsing. Many playable characters are directly connected to that disaster. We have Dainsleys, Kazuha, Albedo, Kaeya, and every archon bears emotional scars from that event, even if they didn't live it directly. So that's something you need to keep in mind. We are not going to a place filled with our enemies. Even if at the beginning when we arrive, maybe there's gonna be some sort of, I don't know. Because at some point, Ronova tells the traveler, like, are you interfering with the Tsaritsa's plans or something? And I don't know what's that conversation all about. But I don't think Ronova is on the side of the Tsaritsa. Something else you need to remember, our civilian is not evil. And I think that was one of the biggest twists we have learned, right? Our civilian is trying to destroy, is not trying to destroy the world, okay? Our civilian traveled Teyvat before us. By now, if you don't know it, I'm gonna tell you now, right? Remember, we were sent to Teyvat at 500 years after our civilian was sent. So it was like we were sent to the same place, but in different pieces of timeline. So our civilian already traveled Teyvat before us. They witnessed the cataclysm. After seeing what happened, they concluded the current world order is fundamentally broken. And instead of joining us, they joined the Abyss Order. And their goal appears to be freeing humanity from celestial rule, but at the same time, he is trying to reconstruct the ley lines of Canria. So not even the Abyss is our enemy. We must remember that. I'm gonna talk about the Abyss, but when we finish another little piece of the Archon quest, let us ask these very important questions. The first one, what kind of god is the Raiden Shogun?
The Almighty Shogun. I've seen her on but only a few occasions, most of them formal ceremonies. She inspires awe, commands respect, and exudes a sense of absolute authority. But as I recall, there was something else about her that struck me even more deeply. It was her almost complete lack of any emotion. In that sense, she appeared to me to be less of a ruler and more of, well, an executive official, I suppose. Focused exclusively on her single goal of implementing eternity, acting accordingly without feeling. The issue is this. For the vast majority of people, the Vision Hunt decree is something that has no implications whatsoever. After all, it is but a tiny minority of people who receive visions. Moreover, it is not unknown for visions to spark jealousy in others. Because of this, the attitude of most people towards the Vision Hunt decree is one of indifference.
How can they be like that? Paimon's getting mad.
Nevertheless, in addition to us, there is also the resistance on Watatsumi Island.
Resistance? You mean like an army fighting against the decree?
Yes. Many who have lost or fear losing their visions have rallied together under Sango no Miya on Watatsumi Island to form a resistance group. To say a little more about Sango no Miya, historically, there is
Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Masaryk. How are you?
Due to their different belief
Welcome in.
systems.
Thank you so much for the raid. What were you streaming? Lunar Silver Star. Oh my gosh. That was very good. The time that I was there watching you, I guess it was you that I was watching you play it. How was it? How was your stream? Did you enjoy the game? Did you have fun? That's what's important. But welcome in. We're doing Genshin Lore Night. My username is a real username, but you can call me Nuna. I do co-working and study sessions in the morning, and then at night I unwind playing video games. Tuesday nights are Genshin lore nights, and tonight we're talking about all the lore stuff that I believe are important for you to remember before getting to Snezhnaya. Snezhnaya is opening on August 12th, and all the Genshin community is very excited about it. So I am also doing the Inazuma Archon quest on my alt account. We are like kind of refreshing the lore of Genshin because it's been 6 years, right, since the game launched, almost 6 years, so we're here. And let's see what happens now. But welcome in, thank you so much for the raid, Maserik.
But I do wonder whether there may be some other agenda behind the resistance movement, beyond merely fighting the Vision Hunt decree.
And this is a very important, like, have you raised a formal objection to the Vision Hunt decree?
Of course. We have tried on numerous occasions. Unfortunately, each time a proposal to repeal the decree arrives at Tenshukaku, it is promptly vetoed by both the Tenryou Commission and the Kanjo Commission, and subsequently scrapped. They invariably adopt a stance of unconditional support for the Shogun's decisions. They have no interest in discussing
And of
anything.
course, we must remember that the guys on those other commissions are not, they don't have vision, so... So for them, it's like kind of unimportant.
Ooh, Paimon has a question though.
Oh? What would you like to know, Paimon?
Have you got a plan yet to fight the Vision Hunt decree?
To be honest, we do not.
What?
Please, do not forget that challenging the Vision Hunt decree is tantamount to challenging a deity. Coming to terms with that is already a difficult step to take.
So what are we gonna do?
Well, for the moment, all we can do is try and reduce the harm that is being caused by this decree. For example, by providing vision bearers with safe refuge, or manufacturing counterfeit visions for them as a contingency measure.
You're telling Paimon that there are people out there who can make fake visions?
Don't underestimate the talents of the craftspeople in Hanamizaka. To the naked eye, their counterfeits are indistinguishable from the genuine article. The problem we are facing right now is that Master Masakatsu, who was providing us with counterfeit visions, has recently been arrested by the Tenryou Commission.
Darn! So they found out about it? Ugh.
Yes. We knew it was not a long-term solution, and that it was only a matter of time before it would be exposed. But we cannot simply abandon Master Masakatsu. Exactly. I feel the same way. But given mine and Toma's identities as part of the Yashiro Commission, breaking him out of prison would risk dragging down the reputation of the entire Kamisato clan should we be caught. That would only serve to cast suspicion on any future activity we might seek to attempt. By no means do we intend to place the burden of such a task on your shoulders alone. When you are ready, go to Hanamizaka and look for a fireworks shop run by the Nagonohara family. There, you will find someone who can help you.
Let me see. I want to do something. Let me see if it works. Hold on a minute.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
Oh my gosh, you guys should try it. Angry flip rated Shogun. We're flipping Raiden. How dare you? Go to... Let's see where's that though. Oh no. Oh no. Nuna. We're just gonna fly. I don't know if
Just
this is the
hand it
part
over.
when
You don't want any trouble with me. If you think your elemental powers are enough to resist the Vision Hunt decree, then you'd better think again. Believe me, you're not the first of your kind we've encountered, and we've seen the same unpleasant outcome time after time. You'd best save yourself the trouble.
Can't you make an exception? I just got this vision. I won't even use it, I promise.
So this is the Vision Hunt decree in action, huh? We can't just sit around and watch things unfold,
I like that
can we?
Paimon actually.
Psst. Hey, wait! Huh? There's someone trying to get our attention. Come on, this way.
Oh, this is where we meet Joy-Milla. Every time I see Joy-Milla, I remember Rothy. Rothy loves Joy-Milla, and he has one of the best build Joy-Millas I have ever seen.
Just because you don't have a vision doesn't mean you can sit back and watch others in trouble. Huh? Hey, wait! You do have a vision! Shh! If you don't keep your voice down, I won't have one much longer.
All right. Here, take it.
Wise choice. All right, let's go.
What should we do now? He's already given up his vision. Doesn't he know what could happen to him after losing it? This is your fault. You're the one who stopped us from interfering.
Many thanks, Miss Yoimiya. If you hadn't swapped me a fake just now, I'm sure I would have lost it.
No worries. You put on quite the convincing performance. Oh, so that's what's going on here. And to think Paimon is about to unleash Paimonial wrath on Miss Yoimiya. Sorry about that.
People, Paimon saying that she was about to unleash Paimonial wrath on Miss Joy-Milla. Hello, welcome in, official Leon. How are you? How are you doing? How have you been? I hope that you're doing okay. I am good, and you? I'm doing good. Well, it's very hot here, but other than that, I'm doing great. Tonight we're continuing the Inazuma Archon quest on Genshin in my alt account, and I'm also sharing like stuff from the lore that I think it's good for everyone to remember before heading to Snezhnaya next week. But I'm glad to have you here.
I'll think nothing of it. I could tell from your reaction we were on the same side. You just didn't know it, you know?
Give me a moment, people. I need to write something. I need to write this. I need I needed to write something. There we go.
Oh, right. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yoimiya, the current owner of Naganohara Fireworks. It ain't much, but it's honest work. Great to meet ya.
Practically everyone on Hanamizaka knows Yoimiya. She's the queen of the summer festival. Without her and her fireworks, summer on Narukami Island just wouldn't be the same.
Whoa, that's quite the introduction. Paimon loves fireworks. It's nice to meet you. Stop it, Hanjiro. You'll embarrass me. As for thanking me, you'd be better off thanking Master Masakatsu. He's the one that gave me the fake visions in the first place. His handiwork allowed me to keep my own vision. Whew, I can't even imagine trying to run the business without it. Ugh.
Yes, Master Masakatsu is a good man. It's too bad good people seldom get the recognition they deserve.
Master Masakatsu? Huh? Do you guys know him too? You don't say! Then it sounds like the Shirasagi Himegimi has a plan. Awesome! I've been thinking about breaking him out too recently. But if I just march straight in there by myself, I'd probably get Miss Kamisato in a whole heap of trouble. So, what about if I join you instead? Sure, welcome to the team! Ayaka told us to go look for help at a fireworks shop. She must have meant you. Seems like I finally got a new job to do. Besides hiding vision bearers in my shop, that is. So, Master Masakatsu is being held at the police station. I've already surveyed the area and found a way in. Whoa, talk about a reliable source. Seems we've got the right person on our team. Not bad, huh? Let's go as soon as everyone's ready. Don't worry, Master Masakatsu. We're on our way. Time to break him out!
Okay, I need to do a search to see where we are standing in the Archon. So, Genshin, main story. Let me see how far away are we into the Archon. Because I know sometimes the Archons have a... Okay, we're still in chapter 2. A flower blooms in a prison. Okay, let's go and see. We are in... Where the heck did I came? Okay, Archon quests. And then we have Inazuma. Oh, we are at the very end, people, of this chapter. Oh my gosh, that was fast, I think. Okay. Let's do this. Okay, so where are we going? Go to the police station. Away. All the world quests and story quests waiting for me. Where is the stupid police station? Oh my gosh, it's so far away. I'm gonna teleport. By the way, if you want to angry flip Raiden Shogun, all you have to do is write !angry flip all together and then write space bar, right? This is the most stupid police station ever. They let me walk right in. And then you're gonna ride Raiden Shogun. And you get to flip, angrily flip Raiden. My gosh, a domain. Well, at least I have cryo.
Now that we're inside, this place is a whole lot creepier than Paimon.
What did you thought, Paimon?
This time. As long as we stay quiet, we've got a good chance. I certainly wouldn't want to end up locked away in here. Let's find Master Masakatsu and get out of here. We should split up. I've got a little present to prepare for Master Masakatsu. I'll be right back.
You sure? Alright then. Just be careful not to get caught.
Yes, you too.
Let's go. Nuna will survive, right?
No, my sword! Oz, reveal! Onto the freezer!
Withdraw.
Yeah.
I don't like the music. Makes me desperate.
It's like Maga's kata in order to open it.
Rain outlines your fate. Let me weave you a verse. By royal
Train harder.
Who goes there?
body and mind. No, my sword! Oz, reveal the...
Get this.
This wall looks a bit odd. Maybe there's some special trick. These guys seem a lot tougher than usual. I'm wondering if the heavy armor over there has anything to do with the source of their strength.
Teach me a lesson.
Rain outlines your fate. By royal decree. Oh, no fish. Here's on the loose.
Train harder.
I mean, I don't know how I knew this, but I kind of knew it. Would that be like maybe muscle memory from when I did it the first time?
Doesn't that Magatama shape look pretty similar to the grooves on the door over there?
Teach me a lesson.
Ring cutter. Attack in front.
I need to train harder.
A little amuse-bouche. Just
Withdraw.
rain outlines your fate.
I mean, that goes to the pits of hell. Hi, Mel. Oh my gosh, how are you? Angry Fleet, not crying. That is so funny. Oh, did I come back? No, you didn't come in a bad time.
Did you really think
How
that
are
little trick
you?
of yours could
No,
fool
you're not
us?
disturbing my time.
Locking you up was just the beginning.
No.
Oh no! Those Tenryo Commission brutes are torturing him! If we don't come up with a way to break him out fast, then... Huh? Yoimiya, when did you get back here? I can't bear to watch. If anything happens to Master Masakatsu, our whole plan will have been for nothing.
Hey, you there! What are you doing?
Ma'am.
We were just teaching him a little lesson, that's all.
Huh? Who's that? That's Kujo Sara, adopted daughter of the Kujo clan of the Tenryo Commission. She's also a general in the Shogun's army. What's she doing here?
Make way. Let me have a look at him. I'm sure you're well aware that torture is strictly against military regulations.
Yes, ma'am.
If you are unashamed of such disgraceful action, then you are also unworthy of the Tenryo Commission itself. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, ma'am. It won't happen again.
Oh, Paimon sure wouldn't want to get on her bad side. Hey, this is our chance. Let's move while they aren't watching Master Masakatsu. Yoimiya.
But they are there. What do you mean, let's move?
Who is that? Quick, go and investigate.
Yes, ma'am.
They're coming! Quick, hide! Sorry. I didn't mean to. Don't worry, I've got us covered. Time for my little present. Fireworks!
Huh? Was that an explosion?
It sounded like fireworks.
Quick, let's hurry!
The fireworks were enough to distract them. Maybe more than enough. Fireworks aren't just for festivals, you know. I was particularly proud of this batch. I decided to...
No, you're not disturbing. And how are you, Mel, by the way? Jay was here earlier, but I think Jay had to go because tomorrow they have classes.
Yoimiya, this is turning into a bit of a fireworks display.
I like how Paimon is so
Well, fireworks
randomly
are my
there.
craft after all. Every batch has to be spectacular.
Illusion Shatter. Oh, that's my little Raiden Shogun line. How are you? Welcome in. Illusion Shatter. I like that. Welcome to Twitch. We are playing tonight the Inazuma Archon quest in my alt account and discussing a few things I believe we all should know before going to Snezhnaya.
Yoimiya, is that you?
Master Masakatsu! Sorry we took so long. Oh, those awful guards. Come on! We've got no time to lose! They could be back any minute! Oh.
Yes, leave. Before I let my judgment get the better of me. He's in serious condition. Be sure he gets immediate medical attention. But remember, once he's recovered, it won't be long until I bring him right back.
Well... you can bet we'll do all...
Leave this place.
She was good at the end, right? Also, today is Lore Night. We do Lore Night for Genshin every Tuesday. If you have any questions regarding the Genshin lore, that is my forte. Just don't ask me about building characters or any of those things because I'm not good with that. Wow. So what else should we remember before going to Snezhnaya? Something else is that the Abyss Order is more complicated than we initially thought. Originally, they look like generic villains, right? Actually, most members are cursed citizens of Candria. That's what happened. Helishures, many are cursed humans. The Abyss is fighting against the system that condemned them. That doesn't make their methods good, but their motivations became understandable. So that's something that when I learned who the Helishures were, I understood. And who, like the Abyss Order, who they were as well. I no longer feel they are our enemy. We must remember that Irminsul changes history. Perhaps the bigger lore bomb is that Irminsul was the world's memory. If information is erased, everyone forgets it ever existed, except the Descenders and sometimes the Travelers. And the Traveler in our case, right? Okay, there is an ad-breaking process. We're gonna hold on to the lore conversation so everybody can join back. We're gonna do that. Let's wait for everybody. Take a break. Walk around, get your water. I'm gonna get my water. And we are gonna continue when the ad break ends in 2.5 minutes. Welcome from the ad break. So a big deal about Irminsul is the way that Irminsul works. And now we know that Irminsul no longer exists, and all that data, all that information has been moved to a system that has no ties with Celestia, but with the past of Sumeru. So in Teyvat, history cannot always be trusted because we don't know what happened and was erased from Irminsul. And we must talk about the Descenders. One of the most important concepts before Snezhnaya was the Descenders. The Traveler is not from Teyvat. Descenders exists outside the world's law, meaning Irminsul can't fully rewrite their memories. Fate doesn't completely control them, and they can change destiny. There have been only a few known Descenders. One of them is believed to be Fanes itself, the establisher of the heavenly principles. And the other one, which is the third Descender, has very important ties to Snezhnaya and Canria, so we must remember about that.
Finally, I've made it out of there.
Master Masakatsu, how do you feel? Can you hold on?
Don't worry. I think I can make it to the infirmary without keeling over.
Thank you. All of you. I'll take him to get treated. I'll treat you to a round of drinks once this is all over. Don't worry about us. Just take care of Master Masakatsu. Good thing we were able to rescue him. Right, Kujusara. Do you think she was making up for how the guards were treating him? It seems as though there are some okay people among the ranks of the Tenryo Commission. Though Paimon would never agree with their actions in the Vision Hunt Decree, of course. How about we go tell Ayaka and the others the good news?
Okay, so we're back to... Where do we have to go? Na 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 na.
Time to act.
Na, na, na.
I see. So Kujo-Sara stayed her hand. It would appear she still has some honor to her. I wonder if we should try establishing contact with her. Perhaps we could coax out some information.
Unlikely. Don't forget, Kujo-Sara is also carrying out the Vision Hunt Decree. She obeys the orders of the Raiden Shogun without question. In her eyes, Master Masakatsu is of no threat to the decree. This is why she was so willing to allow his escape. If our true motives were ever divulged, she would act against us without a second thought.
True. Though if you ask me, Master Masakatsu's release is an unexpected blessing. We are now one step closer to victory. And we couldn't have done it without Yoimiya and the Traveler. You're turning out to be even more reliable than we expected.
Don't mention it.
Indeed. Things may have turned out very differently this time without the help of the Traveler. But if we wish to mount any sizable resistance against the Vision Hunt Decree, there is still much to be done. It is time we make ready our next set of plans.
There's no need to rush, my lady. Things seem to have taken a turn for the better, at least. Not only have we rescued Master Masakatsu, but our list of allies appears to be growing. Yes, which reminds me. The Tenryo Commission seems to be making preparations for a celebration. They call it a ceremony of sorts. And the number of samurai out enforcing the Vision Hunt Decree seems to be waning. The days ahead may be more peaceful than usual.
A ceremony, you say? Why would such a task be left to the Tenryo Commission?
I don't know, but I'm sure it has nothing to do with us. Anyway, with the Tenryo Commission busy with preparations, we should have a little more breathing room than usual.
You do present a good point. Being in a constant state of alert will only tire us further. Perhaps a period of rest is in order. Toma, what would you suggest?
I'd say a celebratory feast is in order. Might I suggest an evening of hot pot together? Funny enough, I learned a new hot pot game recently. I'm sure you'll find it quite amusing.
A hot pot game? What's that? Well, as long as it has to do with eating.
Simply put, every person prepares an ingredient to add to the hot pot. Once the meal begins, we add all the ingredients together. Then we take it in turns to close our eyes, pick an ingredient out of the pot, taste it, and guess whose ingredient it was. Anyone who guesses correctly can go again, and whoever finishes the meal with the most points is declared the winner. Tradition even has it that the winner receives blessings from the god of Hot Pot. Don't you think it sounds like fun? I've been wanting to give it a try. In fact, I've already got my ingredients prepared.
You really do want to play, huh? Well, sounds like we've got our work cut out for us. Time to gather some ingredients. But what should we choose? Let's see what we've got here. Fresh fish fillet.
I don't know how all these conversations end up, all these Archons somehow end up with us having food.
Paimon never thought we'd be the only ones to actually put anything edible into the pot. Don't go wasting the rest now. This was possibly the scariest looking hot pot Paimon's ever seen. Fortunately, Toma ended up eating all the weird stuff.
You can say that again. But hey, at least I got the most points. Oh, wait a moment. That doesn't feel good.
I'm afraid it's your own fault for adding all those strange ingredients, Toma. The soup flavor wasn't quite the same afterwards. Even with the traveler's normal ingredients, I still couldn't guess any of them correctly.
But weren't you the one who added those little cakes, Ayaka? I think the traveler ended up eating one. Boiling cakes in hot pot? Ugh. Think of the texture.
I must apologize. To be perfectly honest, I thought the cakes would be a tasty addition.
Uh-oh. I'm definitely not okay. I need to lie down. I feel like a new man.
You know, Toma, all you had to do was guess wrong on purpose and it would have been someone else's turn. Talk about being competitive.
The face of the traveler. He's hilarious.
And wanted the god of Hot Pot's blessing. Perhaps I did get a little carried away. Still, I couldn't be beaten at my own game first time around. I think my luck has already taken a turn for the better. I can sense it. So without further ado, I hereby declare that the winner of today's Hot Pot Challenge is me.
Oh, brother.
Good effort, team. Another important job taken care of. Next on the agenda, some well-earned rest and relaxation.
Yes. If the Tenryo Commission truly is as busy with preparations as Toma claims, then some rest would be a welcome change of pace. And with the extra time, there are some other matters I wish to attend to.
Let's all take some much-needed time off. After a few days' rest, we'll reconvene at the Komori Tea House and discuss our next operation. Downtime is hard to come by these days, so be sure to make the most of it. I'll tidy things up here and start thinking about our ingredients for our next round.
There's gonna be a sequel?
Sure, why not? We should play again now that everyone knows the rules. I'll see you all later.
Bye, Toma! Seems we won't need to be visiting the Komori Tea House for a while. Why don't we go explore some other places?
Okay, so based on the walkthrough that I have here on my computer, right? That was the last of it. And that was the end of chapter 2, act 1, I think. Let's see, what do we have here? Do you know what is crazy? That the minute you start doing Archon Quest, personally, I like seeing it here. It's in the travel log. This gives me like a better perspective of how far I am away from, like, how far away I am from the actual end of the story. Mark, Genshin Impact in 2026 is crazy. We are revisiting the Inazuma Archon quest in my alt account, and we're talking the lore of Genshin. Actually, it's very good. It's going great right now. I miss playing through Inazuma because Ayaka is one of my favorites. Do you have a C6 Ayaka? Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh, Pussy, that is so good. Ayaka was my first 5-star cryo character. And I had no cryo back in the days. And do you remember that banner? The banner that was like the never-ending banner of Ayaka? How long was it, by the way? I can't remember. Well, I got her in that banner. Okay, so we have like 2 more chapters to go. I mean, not 2 more chapters, 2 more acts to go. My first of 2 C6, the other you already is Flings, yeah. The more I watch these older stories, the more disappointed I feel by not crying Natlan. Listen, we have to admit that there is also... Okay, back in those regions, the story was written around the main character who was the traveler, right? But I feel that after we left Fontaine, honestly, Natlang and Not Cry, all those were stories that had to change because mainly the traveler was like a second character, not the main character anymore. So I feel that that's why many people in Natlan, first of all, the expectations of Natlan was, I don't know, I think all of us thought we were going to these plays of wars and stuff, and they have lived in war all the time, but we found a very cheerful nation. No, the story is very good. Do you know what is the problem, Mark? The problem is, and it happens in all Genshin, in all Hoyo games, okay? The story is not only written in the main story like in the game. This game is designed to be played paying attention to the main quest, to the world quest, to the lore on artifacts, to the lore on books, and that is a terrible thing for people that, first of all, don't have patience. Most of the players, we are not known for having patience. In my case, I am a lore player, so I read everything, but people don't read. And most of the time when somebody complains about something on the story of Genshin, I realize that at least the people I have talked to, most of the time the complaint comes because they didn't read the story. No, the story is not about the twins. It's not about the twins. The traveler is not the main character. The story is about Teyvat and the crisis that is happening in Teyvat, and how these nations and these people living in this planet are trying to fight an order that has been established that is being unfair to them. The problem is everybody thinks it's about the main character or about the twins, but it's not about the twins. many people are mistaken. It's as I was saying, a lot of people also do not know who the main antagonist of this game is. And the main antagonist of this game is Celestia as a whole. As well as videos that Hoyo puts on YouTube, exactly. So the problem is the expectations of a lot of players was that the main story was about the traveler finding her sibling. And when I was at the end of the Liyue Archon quest, we find our sibling. So I always tell people, what were you expecting? We found our sibling right away in the game. We saw him at the end of the Liyue Archon, at the beginning of the Liyue Archon quest. At the end of Mondstadt. We find our sibling, and our sibling tell us, I'm okay, I'm here. I just joined the Abyss, and blah, 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 and that's it. So the problem is that people got still, I don't know why, got fixated with the idea that it was all about the sibling and finding our sibling and the twins. That's not the main story. They told us that like back in version 1.2, I think, or 1.3 or 2.0, I don't know. So basically we were told this is not about you. And at Chongli in the Liyue Archon quest tell the traveler, keep on traveling. Our sibling tell us keep on traveling. Venti tell us keep on traveling because you need to find out the truth. And that is the thing. This story is about us as travelers finding out the truth of what's going on in Teyvat so we can solve the puzzles and see how we can help this planet. But the problem is that I don't know at what point people miss that information. Ayaka is a subordinate of Raiden, Shogun, and she sees how the decisions he made for the greater good affect the people. I wouldn't be surprised if they give us reasons for why HP made the decisions they did. But the impact it had on Teyvat is still real. It's the same thing at a different level. That exorcism guy wanted to stop because he was worried his disciples would also face some guilt in the future. And his old rival said, did you ask them what they feel? Very similar to Jade telling E if she asked what her people want. Yeah, but if we go about... The first thing is that to understand the story of Teyvat, we must understand that Teyvat was a planet that did not belong to any of the people that we see here. This was a planet that belonged to the dragons and was colonized by Fanes, killed the dragons, did a war with the dragons, took over Teyvat, and created people in a planet that did not belong to them. And a bunch of things happened. I mean, the Teyvat history goes back like thousands of years ago. And what we are living, because that's something else that a lot of people miss, we must remember that our sibling, Anna and we, were trapped, right? And separated. And many people still, up to these days, because they didn't understand the Notcry Archon quest, still believe that we were sent to the same Teyvat. No, we were not. And by the thing that happened in Notcries actually tell us very clearly that I feel the story of Teyvat is one that it's being repeated, like we are in some sort of loop, or that we are in one of those, how do you call them, like time paradigmas or something along those lines, I don't know. Yeah, but you know what? Like in Natlan, let's be real, people. Natlan was version 5 of Genshin, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Natlan, yes, version 5, and it was released on 2024. When Natlan came, this game was already 3 years old. And if you have been playing a game constantly for 3 years and you don't know anything about the lore of the game, you cannot complain about whatever the story is saying. Yes, but I think this is being more manipulated, Woozy, maybe by the Shade of Time or something. So in Natlan, the story was very simple. The story of Natlan was not complicated. A lot of people didn't like Natlan because Natlan was different from the rest of Teyvat, which of course had to happen because it's the only place where there is a human Archon ruling. Like if we think about Natlan as a region, no, it was not confusing. The problem with Natlan is that many people, the Natlan history is very tied to the story of the dragons. And the dragon history of Teyvat belongs to before the game started, and where we can read more about that is in Enkanomiya. And let's be real, a bunch of people didn't went through Enkanomiya. Enkanomiya was confusing. But if I have to give you like a summary of the Natlan Archon quest, okay? Mabuika wanted to end a 500-year war against the Abyss. So basically, the thing happened on Canria, and the Abyss kind of moved into Natlan. And they have been fighting, having these fights with the Abyss for 500 years. While the other nations were able to rebuild after Canria, Natlan remained in a constant struggle because the Abyss continued invading its unique spiritual realm, the Night Kingdom. So the war was not necessarily happening on the surface, although it reflected on the surface, but it was more like an invasion happening in the Night Kingdom. Natlan is very different from every other region on Genshin. And why? First of all, her Archon is a human Archon. The strength over there is earned through combat. It's divided in 6 tribes, something that it doesn't happen in the other nations, right? They have this secret flame, this Night Kingdom, and ancient names, stuff that do not happen in other nations. So that made people get confused. So Mabuika had a 500-year plan. 500 years ago, during the Cataclysm, or after the Cataclysm, Mabuika realized that Natlan could not defeat the Abyss with its current strength. So she said, you know, me and my people, we can't. Because remember, the previous Archon kinda died. So she created a plan that would take 5 centuries to complete. And what she did to complete that plan was that she sacrificed her current life, placing her life force into the sacred flame so she could return when Natlan was ready for the final battle. Well, she was human when she took on the Gnosis, but remember that once you ascend to Celestia to get the Pyro Archon Gnosis, of course you have God stuff assigned to you directly from Celestia. So, I think, and I'm gonna be totally honest here, I think part of Mabuika plan was looking for the future of Natlan. She had to have her people, o sea, she needed her people, the people from Natlan, to actually develop a strength so they could fight the abyss without her, because what she was sacrificing her life for Natlan's people. So in Natlan, that's why you need to have like an ancient name, because the ancient name is more than a title. It actually connects a warrior to Natlan's memories and ley lines, like the ley lines of Natlan's that go to the Night Kingdom. They allow something that is not allowed anywhere in Teyvat, which is the Ode of Resurrection, which is actually like a, well, we all saw that it's like this thing that they do where they restore fallen warriors under the right conditions, right? That's what happened. The Traveler even received the first ancient name ever granted to an outlander, to Miney. That means hope. And then they have the Night Kingdom. And the Night Kingdom is more like a spiritual realm tied to Natlan's cycle of life, death, and memory. It's like their own little Irminsul, if we want to call it some way, or their own little ley line system. Normally, what happens is that when you die, as the soul passes through the Night Kingdom after death, and the cycle continues naturally. But what was going on in Natlan, the Abyss corrupted the Night Kingdom. And because of that, souls became trapped. The natural cycle was broke down, and Natlan's entire system of death and rebirth was threatened. And that's what Mabuika was trying to solve when we arrived to Natlan. So, unlike previous regions, the Traveler doesn't simply resonate with the status of the Seven, because we needed first to be like subscribed, to have like subscription to the Natlan system, to call it something. So the Lord of the Night and Natlan system allowed the Traveler to wield the Pyro in a unique way during the final battle. Why? Because we had to create history in Natlan. Remember that the Traveler is not even recorded in Irminsul. So at the end, because Natlan was so unique and so different, I guess people had a lot of resistance to Natlan and to Not Cry, because the stories were getting us out of our comfort zone. And sometimes when you are taken away, I mean, we have been 3 years. I mean, if you think about it, we have been so bored if at this point we would still be doing the same thing in the Archons. In the core, we are still doing it. But how we approach things are a little bit different. So from Natlan onward, all these enemies, villains, and all these like Red Ear, and a bunch of people, a bunch of connections and conversations were done based on ancient or very old Teyvat lore. And then people said, oh, it's boring, I was lost, I don't know what these people were talking about. One of the things that I always say, I mean, up to this day, a lot of people think that when the game starts and we are separated from our sibling, we were arriving to Teyvat. And we were not. If you go to YouTube and you search, right? Nothing tells us that we were arriving to Teyvat. That was just something that collectively, as gamers, everybody assumed. But then when we get to Not Cry and we find the traveler's spaceship and everybody starts saying, a spaceship, what do you mean? And I was like, people, it's a planet. How did you think we arrived to Teyvat? You saw us fighting or flying like with this god, but that doesn't mean that we just arrived to this planet flying around. So at the end, what happens in Natlan is basically that Capitano, like as we see the story unfold, we understand that there is more on stake. We understand that our sibling, our twin, is trying to restore the ley lines of Canria. And Capitano, which is a survivor of Canria and has been carrying the souls of every Canria people he could gather for 500 years inside himself, suffering, he decides he's like a vessel. He wants to send those souls for rest into the Night Kingdom, right? So, in the final battle, the Traveler and Mabuika descend into the Night Kingdom. There we confront the one we fight, which is Gozoithoth, a massive abyssal entity capable of drawing on leyline memories and assuming terrifying forms, including one which is resembling the Pyro Dragon Sovereign. So we confront that, and we end the centuries long war with the Abyss because we are able to save the Night Kingdom. Of Natlan. Our sibling makes an agreement with the Lord of the Night, and he gets the go-ahead in the Natlan Archon quest to reconstruct the Canria ley lines. So that's more or less in a nutshell the entire story. Says, did you know who that boss enemy was when you were playing Act 5? Well, it was a creation of the Abyss because that's who we were fighting, the Abyss. The contrary, like when we were in the Archon quest of Mondstadt, who we were fighting? We were fighting the Valin, which we know who it was, right? That was corrupted by the Abyss. And then we go to Liyue. And in Liyue again, we are fighting another entity. The problem is that in Natlan, the entity is something that has been created specifically by the Abyss. It was not a dragon, it was not an entity of Teyvat. It was just a manifestation of the Abyss that invaded the Night Kingdom and threatened to consume Natlan. That's what it was. It doesn't have a history. Because for 500 years, the Abyss was trying to actually consume the Night Kingdom. That's what they wanted to do. Why and that's part of the conversation that goes on. It's like our Abyss sibling is trying to reconstruct the ley lines and was doing something that shouldn't have been doing, but well, they tried the hard way because they didn't think maybe that they were gonna get the go-ahead from the Night King, from the Lord of the Night. The thing is that this Abyss monster could manipulate memories and the ley lines within the Night Kingdom. And at the end of this battle, he kind of takes the form of the Pyro Dragon Sovereign or something. Although it doesn't mean that it was the Pyro Sovereign, let's make that clear. It's just that it was a monster that took that form. Using the memories and impressions that were contained within the ley lines or the Night Kingdom to create this manifestation. As of now, we still know nothing else of the identity, and I don't think we're gonna learn anything. I think it's just a manifestation of the Abyss. And if we think of its name, because it was something that at the time of the Natlan Archon quest was kind of, it triggered a lot of curiosity, the name of this entity or something. And some things that I could find is that the name resembles a little bit the naming style of like some names from H.P. Lovecraft's mythos. This, I don't think that necessarily implies there's a direct lore connection, but I think it does reinforces the idea that Goisotov represents something ancient, incomprehensible, and beyond the ordinary understanding. What was the problem, people? Until Natlan, in Natlan, they introduced we could become ourselves Saurians. We had to learn the lore of the dragons that a lot of people haven't read even about it. So, but this nation is pretty tied to it. We also came to a nation where the Pyro Archon was just an exceptional human who, when inherited the Archon and the Gnosis and ascended to Celestia, devised a 500-year plan. And Mabuika would have been dead if it weren't because Capitano tricked Ronova, the Shade of Death. And, well, he's sitting where Mabuika should have been sitting. He did an exchange. Also, we kind of had a very different type of Archon because it was like more like an strategic battle, and you made decisions, and depending on the decision, certain amount of people die within Natlan, and that kind of triggered a lot of people. But if we think about it, up to these days, the Abyss itself remains poorly understood. Even after Natlan, we still don't know up to what extent the Abyss corruption can really do things, right? Like, we don't know. So that is, like the Natlan was not a big deal. The problem is that it was filled with heavy lore that came from places that most players were not familiar with. People were not familiar with the dragon lore. The lore of Natlan itself was also very different to the lore we kind of saw in other nations. It was like we had to reinvent everything. Think about it. It was the first nation. Oh my gosh, Redwood Knight. 120 streams, Drake. How are you? 120 is a big number. What do you mean 120? But thank you so much for the support. So that's what happened. Also, I feel that Natlan, up to Natlan, we saw regions, like the most modern region that we saw was Fontaine with the aqua boss and stuff. But we saw characters in Natlan that broke the design that Genshin had been using up to that point. And all that together, I think, made a lot of people tell you, oh, you know, I didn't like the Natlan Archon quest. My husband tells me, you know, that was... But I don't think it was complicated. I think it was very filled with a lot of lore, that very good lore, by the way. Hi, Rothy. I think, you know what, when we reach Natlan in this account, hopefully you will be here and you will see. The problem is that it was like too many new things at the same time. And the same thing happened in Notcry. And you know what? Get ready, because the same thing is gonna happen in Snezhnaya. It's like... And why? We need to understand, we are arriving to the climax of the Teyvat chapter in the story of Genshin Impact. We are getting towards the end. And when you're watching a movie and you're getting towards the end and you start to see like things unfolding and you do, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Like, there are still people that don't understand that Dottore was not Dottore. You know, to tell you something. Klee, the destruction! Klee. Welcome in, how are you? We love Klee. I mean, I don't have her, but I love her as a character. So there are a bunch of things that a lot of people, a lot of us, unless you have dig out the lore, you don't know. And I don't know. Not even the ones that have been... Please have a question. Of course, go ahead. If I have the answer, I'll share it. I have a bunch of documents. Sometimes you may have to wait until I search for the... Because there are things I remember because I talk about them constantly. Others, I have to look for them in one of my lore documents. But we will find an answer. If not, we will search for it on the internet and discuss it. But the thing with Natlan was that everything was new, the weight of, you know, the method of transportation, everything. Did you rather get struck by Raiden Lightning or get squished by Shangli Meteor? Oh my gosh. Well, because I saw how you die when Raiden strikes you, I think it's very instant. I am not quite sure about Chongli's. I mean, I'm a Geo main, so I should be answering Chongli's, but I think I'd rather become Ashes as Rosalind did and La Signora. It was, oops, in an instant. I guess I would get struck by Raiden Lightning. Okay, so those are things, other stuff that we must try to remember, right? Before going to Snezhnaya. I made a list for you guys. Where is it? Where were we? We have talked so much. Okay, so we must remember, we talk about descenders, we must remember that the noses may not be what we thought until now. And if you guys saw, probably I don't know if you guys have seen the videos that are hanging around online. So, I mean, I took chess as my sports elective in college because I suck at sports. That was the thing that I could do. Next question. Did you rather fight in riotously hand-to-hand combat, no holding back, or having a debate with Nubilet about Genshin lore? Having a debate with Nubilet about Genshin lore. Yeah, I'd rather die under the hands of that hot man. Yes. No questions asked. I have been trying to convince my husband to cosplay Nubilet for me, but he doesn't want. He says I'm crazy, but well, it is what it is. So, Nubilet. I mean, both of them are hot, but I'd rather die discussing the Genshin lore with Nubilet. That's a hoodie over there. So, the noses may not be what we thought, right? At first, a noses look like proof of being an Archon. Actually, well, now we know it's just pieces of a dead person. That has been confirmed. It's more like a connection with Celestia. Like a phone, it's like a cell phone. Because Nahida used it that way. Also, the noses seems to have some sort of destruction energy inside because Nahida used the Pyronoxys to destroy Irminsul. And because none of the Archons fought particularly hard to keep their noses, I believe that alone tells us something. There's something we don't know about the noses. Something else that I think it's worth trying to remember when going to Snezhnaya, why is Cesaritza collecting the noses? That is the million mora question. We still don't know. Theories include overthrowing Celestia, fighting the heavenly principles, preparing for another cataclysm, protecting humanity. Interestingly enough, we don't have an answer to that. Nearly every Archon ultimately cooperated with her. That strongly suggests they know something that we don't. And in terms of about the noses, and about Snezhnaya, we must remember that at the end, we are nearing the chapter in which we fight with the real antagonist, which is Celestia. So we must remember that. I wouldn't want to know this, like holding a little piece of a dead person. What do you mean? That is kind of crazy. Something else to remember, the Fatui are not villains. They are not the main antagonist. The Fatui have unquestionably committed terrible acts. Yet, they may also be the only nation actively preparing to challenge Celestia. Their methods are ruthless, yes. Their objective may ultimately benefit humanity, and this moral ambiguity has become one of Genshin defining themes. And that's something we must remember, because I don't want to hear anybody disappointed because we get over there and then the Fatui, all of them turn out to be our friends and we end up drinking margaritas with Piero and you go, oh, Piero has a human side. Piero was not the antagonist. The Tsaritsa is not the antagonist. The antagonist is Fanes. Again, remember the first lesson of today, one of the first lessons, right? I told you, how's the government? We have Fanes that's living in Celestia, that created the heavenly principles, And from an egg that he created, the four shaders were born, and they are the ones that enforce the heavenly principles. So the heavenly principles is like the system of laws that reign over Teyvat. So you got the heavenly principles, which is like the laws of Teyvat, and the heavenly principles is like the Supreme Court. And the shaders are like the judges of the Supreme Court. And then you have Celestia, which is like Washington, D.C., if we're talking like to people living in the United States. And then you have Phanes, which is the president. That's how it's organized. So when we're talking about who is the enemy is Phanes, the primordial one, whoever is ruling Celestia. Because at some point in one video of the shaders say that the heavenly principles are sleeping. And that comment was like if the laws are off, like if they are not working or something. And I don't understand why they said that. So maybe Phanes or the primordial one is not in a great shape. Something else to remember, every Archon has been questioning Celestia. Venti hides the truth about Celestia. Zhongli signed a mysterious contract that he refuses to discuss. E pursue eternity rather than Celestia's ideals. Nahida wants truth more than obedience. And Focalors outsmatter the heavenly principles, prophecy through sacrifice, and restore genuine justice to Fontaine. None. You know what Mabuika did, I don't even have to tell you. And we already know what Columbina, she's not an Archon, but she's like the Moon Goddess. And we have been getting the lore on the Moon Goddess. And I hope that you have been reading because that's going to become important later on. And none of those high authorities in Teyvat is playing or behaving like a loyal servant of Phanes or Celestia. We need to remember that. Something else, fate can be defied. This is one recurring message in this game. The stars determine fate, yet we have repeatedly seen characters resist destiny. We have the Traveler, we have Nahida, we have Fontaine's resolution of its prophecy, we have the Wanderer's attempt to rewrite his past. Snezhnaya is expected to push this idea even further. They even talk about fate in the live stream. If fate itself can be challenged, what does freedom truly mean? That's something we have to ask ourselves. And if you think about it, I was telling you, I have these notes. Hold on. Let me see if that was the title. I have very long titles on my documents, right? So, because if I put like Inazuma Archon, no, it's impossible. I'm gonna have like 1,000 pages to read. So I just divide that like in little pieces. So, in the live stream, in the recent version 7.0 Snezhnaya live stream, there is this chase game that is shown over there. And that was just not something stylish or, you know, it was packed with a lot of symbolism, right? And hold on. That was not the name of the document. So, yeah, here it is. So, what do we have? We have that they use this chess game that has all the noses of the pyronosis is not shown, but they drop a lore bomb in the live stream that nobody noticed, which basically one of the devs said, we didn't see the pyronosis, but what do you think? Maybe, I don't know, do you think that Saritsa had a very close relationship with the Pyro Archon or something? I don't know. I feel the pyronosis was not lost and the Saritsa has it. Just saying, based on that little piece of a conversation. In that, a lot of people on the internet has noticed that the formation of that chessboard game in that live stream is very similar or almost the same as a chess move known as the King's Walk or the King March, which is when a player of chess brings their king out into the open, sometimes even into the center of the board, to achieve a winning attack or to take tactical advantage. And it's a suicidal move, but it's a calculated one. The king is exposed because the opponent can actually exploit it. And that, in that live stream, for that move to happen in chess, other chess pieces have to be in certain positions. And the one that was protecting the king, which is the cryonosis to do that movement, is the geonosis, is our dear Chongli. The contract of all contracts. And that got me thinking. So I also believe that the chessboard represents that Snezhnaya is the opening of the endgame. By the time we reach Snezhnaya on August 12th, 6 nations have completed their stories. Nearly all the noses have been gathered. The Fatui have carried out decades of planning, and the Traveler has learned about Canria, the Abyss, Irminsul, the Descenders, and the Shades. We even traveled to the moon and beyond. So that chess imagery for me also represents that all the setup is over and the decisive moves are about to begin. And also the noses, in case you have not noticed, have designs that are inspired in chess pieces. Like the animal noses resembles a queen, and the geonosis resembles a rook. And other noses kind of have also, and considering the noses are the pieces of the remains of the third descender, that symbolism becomes even more significant. And the fact that we cannot see which players are playing that chess game makes things even more interesting. But people were like in shock with, oh, the country people are descendant of the Saritsa, but there were so many symbolism and so many other lore bombs dropped in that live stream that it was crazy. Okay, people, so it's 11. I don't think I'm going to start the Act 2. I don't want to have a, let me see something. Is Snezhnaya already? No, it's not being shown yet. So that is more or less our where we stand. No, are you kidding me? What story? Even if I wanted to continue this, I have to crash. I don't know how come
Where do we
you.
go from here? What's the plan?
Traveler, Paimon, hold on.
Huh? Ayaka?
Something has come up, and I would like to request your assistance. But you ought not be nervous. This is not coming from the Yashiro Commission or the Kamisato clan. It is my own individual request.
Individual requests? You mean personal stuff?
Correct. It concerns my mother. This may seem a little sudden, but in my view, you are the only person I can entrust this to. A few days ago, I was sorting through some old family belongings when I found a notebook that belonged to my mother. She wrote about all kinds of things, mostly of little consequence. But what drew my attention was a name. It is one that I have never heard before, so the fact that she mentions it so frequently, it makes it difficult for me to ignore.
Probably your mom's best buddy, right?
Never. And although my mother and father passed away many years ago, both my brother and I are familiar with the vast majority of their acquaintances. So, I am very curious about this mysterious individual. I would very much like to meet them. According to the notebook, their name is Tsubaki. This seems to have been someone very important to my mother. Someone with a lot of personality, who liked to have fun.
Paimon thinks it sounds like a girl's name.
That's what I thought too.
So what do you want us to do? Do you need us to find her for you?
No. Her address is given in the notebook. We can head straight there. I wanted you to assist me with the preparation of greeting gifts. Please keep everything I have told you in strict confidence. The proper course of action would be to involve my brother and visit her together, but he is terribly busy at present, and on a more selfish note, I don't wish to involve anybody else from Inazuma in this matter. Exactly. That, and you are also a kind, well-mannered person with a genuine concern for other people. Not to mention trustworthy. I would not feel comfortable with anyone else in this situation.
You can count on us! We've done greeting gifts before, so we should be able to help. In terms of payment, just treat us to some
Paimon
delicious
wants to
food
be
and we'll
paid
more
with
than
food.
happy.
Listen. This is how I think about the quest, right? We got a main story, and that main story shouldn't be tied to any work quest. I believe that we should be able to do the main story, and then the work quests should be something that you could do after you have done the main story that will enrich the actual Archon quest. I am glad they kind of changed this.
Wonderful.
In the future, like right now, we're not having this problem, but in the past, it used to be a problem.
Mind, of course.
Oh, we don't mind. We don't mind at all. Do we?
Thank you kindly. Shall we head off then? Ogura Textiles and Kimonos is our first stop.
Sounds great!
I hope that we can do this one in less than 30 minutes. Well, 20 minutes. That's what I have. Well, Nuna, if you run, maybe we will get there on time and... Yeah, I know, but like the character quests shouldn't be a requirement of the Archon quest. Like right now, I am locked out of the Archon quest because I have to continue.
It's a festival promotion.
I have to do this story quest.
Hey, speaking of, we haven't been anywhere fun since we arrived in Inazuma.
No, what made you think that? Festivals are a common occurrence here in Inazuma. We in the Yashiro Commission are very well acquainted with these sorts of customs. Each season brings its own festival, and each festival in turn brings a fresh challenge to the task of maintaining public order.
By the way, guys, if you like to make puzzles, that goes for all of you on Twitch and on YouTube. We have a private puzzle room that you can join at any time, 24/7, 365 days a year. And we have this puzzle that we put together as a community. So if you like puzzles, if you have like a keen eye, if you're like very sharp and putting puzzles together, you can jump in. You don't need to open like, oh, you don't need to have like a username. You don't need to create a username or anything. You just need to use the link that was just posted
So,
on the chat.
while festivals are undoubtedly joyous and lively occasions, for us, they are also a cause for concern. Oh, my apologies. I should stop thinking about work. This is hardly relevant to the matter at hand. This store here is the place I wanted to visit.
Oh, so you weren't checking out the promotion? Well, let's take a look inside then.
Welcome. I have all the latest styles. Please take a look. Oh, it's Miss Kamisato with guests from overseas. Welcome to Ogura Textiles and Kimonos. Are you here to purchase fabric or for tailored garments?
Oh, greetings to you too. I have a design here for a garment. Would you be so kind as to take a look?
Oh, Ayaka came prepared.
Let me see. to make a kimono following this design, yes?
Please, if you could.
I'm honored that you'd choose Olgra textiles and kimonos for your tailoring needs. However, there is one
I
rather
think they made us
difficult
do
problem.
this work well so we
Based on
could rest
design,
before Raiden
this
kicked
kind of
our
kimono
behinds
requires silk made
at the
from
end of
silk
the
flower.
Archon.
The majority of Inazuma's silk is imported from Liyue Harbor, but given the current climate... As you well know, Inazuma is currently under a strict lockdown. In all honesty, the impact on the textiles industry has been quite significant. We're struggling to import high-grade fabrics. So much of our tailoring business has been put on hold indefinitely. But of course, where our customers are able to provide the fabric themselves, we can still be of service.
So you're saying we need to go and buy some silk first?
If even Ogura textiles and kimonos can't get a hold of high-grade fabric, where would we buy it from?
You could try the International Trade Association. They are a little better connected than we are. After all, the association brings together merchants from all over the world. The only thing is their prices. They're not the cheapest. In times like these, though, we're lucky to even have an option of getting a hold of the things we want in the first place.
Huh. So even just getting clothes made is an ordeal in Inazuma. Wait, the International Trade Association? That's Kurisu's thing, right? We haven't been to Rito in a while.
It looks like that will be our next stop. Thank you ever so much. We will be back once we've acquired the fabric. Oh, in the meantime, I have one other very small request. Could you?
Why is she being so secretive all of a sudden?
Absolutely.
Much obliged.
My pleasure, Miss Kamisato. Honestly, I'm just as excited as you to see the end product. We haven't made a silk kimono for the longest time now, and this is a beautiful design.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. Goodbye for now. Traveler Paimon, let's try our luck at the International Trade Association.
When I was playing Genshin the first time, I honestly thought that we were gonna be able to buy our characters like a kimono or something here. Nuna dreaming.
This is it. The International Trade Association.
Okay then, we need to talk to Kurisu, right? Doesn't look like he's here. Let's look around.
Oh, I guess I remember now. I see. No, I was talking to the cat to see if he could.
Looks like we found him.
What am I gonna do?
Mr. Kurisu, are you alright?
Oh! You're Miss Sayaka from the Kamisato clan. How do you do?
Better than you, it appears.
Better than you, it
It isn't
appears.
the Traveler. I haven't seen you in a while. I take it you've been out of Rito? Thanks again for your help last time. The association is back in business, and it's all thanks to you.
That's great, but, why were you staring into space just now? Did something bad happen?
Well, you see... It's embarrassing to admit, but some of the association's goods have been stolen by vagrants.
Which goods were stolen?
It was a batch of high-grade silk. We imported a big batch of silk from Liyue several years ago. It's been sitting in storage ever since. Recently, we heard that clothing stores in the city have more or less sold all their silk stocks. So we figured now would be a good time to bring our batch out of storage, thinking it'd probably fetch a good price. But then... the vagrants swiped the whole batch, then disappeared into the woods. I reported to the authorities, but... well, as you know, they don't think much of foreign merchants like us. The Kanjo Commission don't want to give us the time of day. Honestly, you can just tell that our suffering amuses them.
Well,
Our suffering amuses them. This is crazy.
Operational methods. Please remember, Mr. Kurisu, that while you are here in Inazuma, you should be careful with your words.
My apologies. I had to let off some steam.
The guy is pissed off.
Anyway, there doesn't seem to be much we can do ourselves to get our goods back. Perhaps I'm doomed to go bankrupt after all.
I am afraid I can't intervene in an official capacity, but I can still help you get your lost goods back.
Of course, I would never... Wait, what?
Huh? Yes.
Yeah, that means we are getting the goods back, guys.
Even
that
then,
is not...
there is no escaping the fact that my every action and word will be seen to reflect on the Yashiro Commission and the Kamisato clan. I do so not without reservation, so I hope that you will treat this matter as confidential. That aside, as I'm sure you're aware, I'm afraid that I won't always be able to help you in such circumstances. Given your position and that of the International Trade Association, please try to exercise more caution in the future. You do not want to incur further unnecessary losses.
We will. We certainly will. But, are you sure this isn't gonna cause any issues?
Why are we talking this out in the open? I don't
What
know.
if someone high up in the Kanjo Commission sees what you're doing and doesn't like it? You're a highly respected member of society. Surely putting your neck on the line for small-timers like me can't be worth the risk.
Very humorous. Let's not forget that I am the eldest daughter of the Kamisato clan. I would be very surprised indeed if anybody in the Kanjo Commission felt that I was accountable to them for my actions.
Whoa, that sent shivers down Paimon's spine. Does everyone from a powerful clan talk like that?
Mr. Kurisu, I need to know the exact time and location of the theft, and
Paimon likes power and food.
Appearance.
Thank you so much. Let's see, it was 2 hours ago now, over at the,
Everyone, please follow me to the scene of the crime. The investigation starts there.
All right, off we go!
Okay, I need to see how... Oh my gosh, let me see how long this one is.
Why in the world can't I use my armor? This is the Outlander Affairs Agency. Please have your documents and proof of identification ready.
Nope. This is super mega long. So I think I'm going to stop there. What I'm gonna work on then this week is to finish those 2 work quests before we continue the main story of Inazuma.
You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Because this is kind of long. And I don't have many waypoints open, so I don't know if that's going to be a problem. As you can see, I haven't gone anywhere. I'm just here. Okay, people, so let's call it a night. For those of you on YouTube, we cannot raid over there, so the stream will end shortly. But for those of you on Twitch, we can raid. There are 2 options for me to raid, right? One of them, there is a channel point that is called Drive the Raid Train, in which you can exchange your channel points and tell me where do you think it will be, do you want us to get and raid, and I will follow you around. The other one is Nuna choosing. I can choose where to go and you will just follow me, right? I'm gonna give you like a couple of seconds for you to think about it. If none of you exchanges, by the way, you are not obligated in any way to exchange those things. I will choose where to go. Okay, we're gonna continue with Genshin then, and I'm gonna be raiding someone that I choose. So things to have in mind, people. Oh, I always like saying that before we leave. First of all, Nuna doesn't mind spoilers or backseating gaming. Actually, it helps me lower the stress, and I don't mind them. But most streamers don't like spoilers or backseating gaming, so make sure when we raid to kind of take a look at the rules that particular streamer we raid has on their streams, right? Let us be nice. Okay, so we're gonna be raiding Davy Pants. Davy is playing Honkai Star Rail right now. Honkai Star Rail is from the same franchise as Genshin. Davy is a great person to hang around with. I love his streams. I am not playing Honkai Star Rail anymore, but I do watch the lore on Davy's streams. So here we go. The message has been pinned on top of the chat. If you want to copy the message, you can do so. If not, that's fine. You can just drive the raid train with us. I'm gonna give you like 2 minutes to copy that message.
Sorry. I need to think about it.
Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanali. An Aishan blessing now 10% off.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Okay, so our message is lore scholars reporting. Lore scholars reporting. Davy Pants, we're here for a story time.
It's always there. And it will
People,
never
thank you
perish.
so much. I love our Gaijin lore nights. I should do this more often. I mean, I do it every Tuesday, but I should do it like every day. But I mean, I play so many games that sometimes I don't have the time to do them. But once again, kisses. Thank you so much for hanging around with me. Please remember, nobody can feel the place that belongs to you in this world. So hang on tight. Sometimes the journey gets a little bit difficult, like the one of the traveler. But if something we learn in Genshin is that we need to hold on and we need to do our stuff. Take great care of yourselves, people. See you tomorrow morning for co-working. Remember, here, try to always feel at home. Remember to flow like a river and remember that you matter. I love you all. Good night. Thank you to our traders tonight. Thank you, Masaryk25 for the raid. If you didn't follow Masaryk, a link has been posted. Masaryk raided us tonight. Great person to hang around with. So make sure to follow. See you. Bye.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
I need to think about it.
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanali. A nation blessing now 10% off.
Sorry. I need to think about it.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanali. A nation blessing now 10% off.
I need to think about it.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanali. A nation blessing now 10% off.
Think about it.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanali. A nation blessing now 10% off.
Sorry. I need to think about it.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue.
The
You can't
abyss
find
is
a
like the
better deal
world's
anywhere
shadow.
else.
It's always there, and it will never perish.
Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanali. A nation blessing now 10% off.
Sorry. I need to think about it.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Enjoy the blessings, Lesser Lord Kusanagi. Sorry. Anation blessing now 10% off.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
I need to think about it. Inazuma's cooking.
Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanagi. Anation blessing now 10% off.
Ores and jewelry from Liyue. You can't find a better deal anywhere else.
Sorry. I need to think about it.
I'm not used to it at all. Enjoy the blessing of Lesser Lord Kusanagi. Anation blessing now 10% off.
Ores and
All things come to an end. In time itself.
only thing she lays her eyes on. So, keep your valuables well away, or you might never see them again. This realm is truly beginning to thrive. I cannot help but be stirred. If you ever have any